All right, let's get this going. YouTube, what's up, man? My name is Delvante Herndon, married, father of four, a licensed insurance agent, which means I spend my days selling other people's policies and watching a multi-billion dollar company like Geico take the lion's share. So I got tired of living under that thumb. So I decided to build something of my own. And this is the honest part. It's the whole reason why I'm doing this on camera. I have zero coding background, none whatsoever. Like my man Delonte West, man. Everything you're about to watch me build, I'm building entirely with Claude, Anthropic's API, Anthropic's AI, all of that, and every feature it comes with. And as of today, I'm building on Fable 5. They just dropped it again. I didn't even get a chance to see what it felt like, looked like from the beginning, but now that they brought it back, bingo, their most capable model, which I'm excited to, you know what I'm saying? I'm excited to see what it do because I've been able to do damage with Opus. So you're watching what's possible when someone with no code knowledge sits down with the best tools available. I paid tuition to get here the very hard way. I spent about $1,500 in 8 months in trial and error on another platform trying to build exactly what you'll watch me build right here. I hit a wall, a mess of bugs, features that wouldn't hold together. So I picked up Claude and I said, man, let me go ahead and push. I ain't give up on it. I'll build it myself, my way, and see where it goes. That's this series. So let me show you what I was able to produce, was being produced, because I think it'll surprise you with Claude, no code. I've already built my CRM, my master worker assistant. A lot of people out there doing Jarvis. So I got my own version of Jarvis. Got a whole bunch of automations in place, raw automations. I'm not talking about, again, like I said, I got my own CRM. So I'm not using no APIs or Zapier, nothing like that. I'm building out my own stuff. You see what I'm saying? Um, Social media engagement engine, a real estate marketplace, insurance marketplace, all of the above. You know what I'm saying? I don't use mini chat. I don't use none of these third party services. I'm building them out raw myself. Only third party services I'm doing aside from, is basically the hosting, the database. Again, Anthropic. Let's see off the top of my head, man. Of course, the social medias, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. None of their AIs though. Google, and I use their APIs, but that's just about it, roughly speaking. Oh, and Stripe, yeah, roughly speaking, that's just about it. So I'm gonna show you all of this good stuff, but the part I'm most serious about is how I build. You see, I don't just have Claude write code and I hope. I have it teach me as we go. So it's teaching me on cybersecurity. So what I ship is safe, on code efficiency. So I'm not just producing AI slop that falls apart. As I mentioned, I did $1,500 in trial and error. Didn't get too far. Didn't make no money off of it. So I had to learn a whole lot about code efficiency and of course compliance in every industry that we're touching: credit, funding, insurance, real estate, because these are regulated spaces and I'm not going to play with people's trust. And on cost efficiency too. So cost efficiency is one of the big ones. As I mentioned, I can't emphasize this enough. I got receipts, $1,500 and no return. So I'm building this about as lean as I can build it. With that, the promise of this channel, this channel, man, the that's the promise of this channel. I show you the real work, raw, uncut, the wins, the bugs, the fixes, the losses. If a guy with no coding background and the right AI can build this, you can build yours too. So let's get into it. I'm gonna start sharing my screen, and we just gonna rock together. We're gonna do what we do, and make the best out of this. Oh, thank you, baby. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Eating break. Scarf this down real quick. No mean to be rude, but like I said, raw and uncut for real. Damn, this is good. Damn, this is good. I got my kids in the background. You gonna hear them. They go cry, they go scream, they go yell, they gonna play. My wife gonna walk in and out of here. That's not stopping no motion. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all get hit with a $10,000 ticket, $50,000 ticket from a person like me, and y'all be asking all of these questions. You see what I'm saying? When we go out and talk partnerships and stuff like that, the main question is trust. So here it is, a raw and uncut, me in my bedroom doing what I need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? And I got tired because, listen, I've been working for Geico for about a year and a month, going on a year and 2 months. It paid the bills when I show up, but what I do for Geico is definitely depressing. It definitely gives anxiety, stress. And if you talk to any therapist, any type of psychiatrist, they'll tell you those three are correlated. They run alongside each other. So, okay, son. You good? Okay. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? It paid the bills, but, I'm losing a whole lot of mental health here. That gets hindered. And you feel me? Again, like I said, if I show up, so the times where it's like, yo, I need to pay attention to myself. Next thing you know, I'm $300, $400, $500 in the hole, and I got to figure out what I'm gonna do for rent. Hey, what's up, Azizah? We eat breakfast. Mm-hmm. And we get up for 7 after we listen to heaven. Right, Dad? Right, Daddy? Let me check with your mom. Huh? Let me check with your mom. Okay. So, yeah, man. Okay, I'm going to finish eating this up real quick. It is what it is. Some of y'all not going to like it. Some of y'all going to respect it. Noah Bell, come close the bathroom door. Thank you, No. But it's okay if you come in and out of here. Yeah. Just felt like it. Smack him. Being smacked down. Boy, for my pancakes, I love when the syrup, because it absorbs the syrup. So then you bet, add more syrup. For real. Next time we come on here and have breakfast together. So good looking. Love that woman. Look, man, breakfast is my favorite type of food. You know what I'm saying? Bacon, eggs, sausage, pancakes, waffles. Bacon is my favorite, potatoes, Popeyes, love me some Popeyes for real. So, it can be any time of the day. I'm always down for some breakfast food for sure. For sure. All right, so let's get to building, man. I'm finna share my screen. Now that that's out the way, respect to my wife. You ain't finna just let no food just sit there cold after somebody put their effort and time into it. You know, so like I mentioned, man, this isn't my first goal. This isn't like a fresh Claude. Y'all gonna see. I got stuff in the works already. You know what I mean? But what happened was I didn't pay my Digital Ocean bill on time. Digital Ocean ended up getting paid, but I didn't pay it on time. So since I didn't pay the Digital Ocean on time, if y'all know, then y'all know. But they removed everything off the Digital Ocean. Now I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead, add everything back, and get back the way that I'm supposed to. So since I'm gonna be starting from the top again with the Digital Ocean thing, might as well just put it on live so y'all can see it, live in effect, right? So bet we got it. We got that going already. Let me share my screen real quick. You know, share my screen real quick. Let's see here. Excuse me for that. My pick at everything is reversed when I'm looking at the camera, man. All right, pick that out real quick. All right, let's get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Share screen real quick. Features within this Claude is ridiculous. My favorite feature is definitely being able to just have a simple conversation with Claude, and with that simple conversation, I'm able to go ahead and and just update a markdown file, and then that markdown file is something that an agent on routine is pulling from, and it's automatically building out the features, pushing it to the main, and all that good stuff. So I go through this conversation just like I would in my head, have these ideas. I talk to my assistant Claude, or in a minute it's gonna be my assistant on my app. You feel me? Like I can text my assistant and just be having a conversation with my assistant about these ideas. And then based off of everything that we had this, within this conversation, the features are being built out on my application. That is by far my most favorite feature that I got going so far. But then I said, okay, I need to be able to make some money. So how am I going to make some money with this? I started thinking like it's going to be easy for me to make some money in two different ways. I need to go ahead and get it out to as in front of many people as possible. And I was thinking like influencers, right? Of course, well, let me go with the first way would be, like Google ads and um, Facebook or Meta ads, all these different ad campaigns and stuff like that. I can do that. You see what I'm saying? I understand how to run an ad campaign. I understand how to use YouTube. You feel me? I understand how to look at what the competition is doing in they ads, and go ahead and one up them and all that good stuff. I understand that. You see what I'm saying? I understand how to use Claude and Open AI and all these different AI agents to look at my ads. And of course, Meta has their AI doing their thing with the ads and all that good stuff. It's just a money play. You feel me? You throw spaghetti at the wall, see if it sticks. You know what I'm saying? At one point in time, as long as you paying attention, something gonna stick. I understand that. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'm up underneath Geico's thumb. The days that I don't show up, then what? You see what I'm saying? I got my check this just today, and my check wasn't nothing but like $700. You feel me? Because I took 3 days to myself out of the 2 weeks. You dig what I'm saying? So with that being said, now it's like, damn, I'm tight on funds. You feel me? Like barely able to make it back and forth to work. You feel me? That's the real deal with somebody that's out here in California making $22, let's say $23 an hour. You feel me? But you got a $3,000 rent payment, and you got your electricity, you got food to be put on the table, you got gas to put in the car, you got charge the car, whatever it is, man. You feel me? Your phone bill, the bare necessities, your toiletries. You see what I'm saying? Like you ain't really, what I'm saying? A 9 to 5 ain't gonna cut it, bro. And a lot of people out here online making money and so forth. You feel me? And I'm getting ready to do the exact same thing. Not only just in this way where you're using AI tools to create visuals and basically these videos and so forth, and you become a content creator, like a faceless content creator and all that good stuff. I understand that concept. I'm getting ready to embark down that path too. But seriously, what I really love to do is real estate, making deals happen, making sure I got longevity in the game. You know what I mean? I became an insurance agent because I thought that was a smart thing to do for sure. Got my license there. Got the obviously the next best thing would be like the real estate license, becoming a broker, insurance broker, and really just a powerhouse of tools and systems in place where it's like inevitable for me to make some money and so forth. But then when you start looking at how you gonna really give it to the masses, and you start looking at there's a trust factor that has to be said, because you can't just post a video online, make this crazy offer, and then all of a sudden people are just buying from you. That's not how the internet works and so forth. So again, that's why we here. You know what I mean? With that being said, it's like let's do this. I got this going with co-work. Co-work, bingo, smart credit, API, discovery. Let's get the app up in front of you guys to where moving forward, it's like we got visuals of where the app is at and all that good stuff. So bet now we got some stuff going. All right. Multi-line faces keep breaking. Okay, also let's get pulling the DB URL on the terminal. Grab it straight. All right, bet. Let's create a placeholder sequence of the deploy. API will fully boot. Bet. It's telling me right there that whatever I got as far as APIs in the program that was already set up prior to this conversation I'm having with it right now is not going to work, because like I said, the app is coming back online after I missed the payment and took too long to make the payment, and DigitalOcean deleted everything. You see what I'm saying? So make your payments. All right, paste me whatever it prints. So I'm gonna take this. This is copy and paste, y'all. This is so easy. Y'all copy what Claude tell y'all inside your terminal. If you familiar with VS Code and all that good stuff, you copy that inside VS Code, and then you straight. You feel me? Yeah. All right, so we gonna let that spin and do what it do. You feel me? I'm not in no rush here. You feel me? So I'm gonna chop this stuff up, and I'm gonna put it out there on YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere else, LinkedIn, all that good stuff. So y'all got visuals of the real deal. But anybody that ever catch this video, I know I don't have any I know I don't have any viewers right now, but in the near future where these viewers start stacking up, you feel me? This is the time where we'll have conversations and start thinking, and you know what I'm saying? Like y'all gonna help me build, and then I'm gonna help y'all build what y'all building, and it's gonna be more of like a syndication. Real estate, what happens is y'all, the smaller people in real estate can't win because the multimillionaires that's already been doing what they doing, just struggled all the way through, already are at the top and making multi millions throughout it. They're controlling how things go. uh, for everybody that is in wholesale real estate, I'm one of the reasons why, not on the negative side, but we was pushing so much property, so much inventory out there to the market on a wholesale base, and doing things the way, it's I'm a part of that group of people, the frontier, where they came up with like, man, we got to stop these guys, let's put these laws in place. A lot of people gonna look at that as a negative thing, and I look at it as a positive thing. We was pushing so much business, making so many realtors mad because we taking all the property and doing what we do, making the six-figure spreads off of one property. Into these real estate agents had no choice but to come together. These brokers had no choice but to come together. How else do you stop somebody that's making 40 to 50 deals a month to go through, and you're doing so nationwide? And then you turn around, I'm turning around every 3 months. I'm going to meet up with a group of people, about 60, 70 of us, doing the exact same thing, talking about 30, 40, 50 deals a month. And that's not the only group that was doing it. So again, like, that's like the type of field that we gonna create. Like, yo, we take we definitely gonna be the ones that's doing this, taking over how business interact with people that know what they doing with Claude and in open AI and everywhere else. you know Make sure that it's like this, it's this person that's basically hosting all the clippers. He's the one that employs all the clippers, and everybody that needs clippers to work for him, and everybody goes to him instead of paying their individual clipper. So we're gonna be like that. Every business comes to us, instead of trying to find somebody on Upwork, or trying to find somebody on uh Fiverr or Fiverr, however you say that. I think it's Fiverr, but I may be saying it wrong, whatever. App created, deployment in progress, no GitHub error. So DigitalOcean already had repo access. Next, grab your database URL. This one line prints it, autofills a cluster ID, so no placeholder trips on it. It will output, string that database URL, copy it somewhere safe, and do not paste it here. It contains the database password. Just tell me it printed. All right, so I'm gonna turn screen sharing off real quick. Turn screen sharing off real quick. Good looks. All right. Do what I need to do on my side of the fence. Keep this building push. You know what I'm saying? And hey, to be real with you, a lot of the times, I know I'm yapping a whole lot, but that's why I got on live for it. A lot of the times what's happening is this stuff can be really, really, really done fast, like a lot faster. But I get sidetracked, and I'll get on Instagram for like 5 minutes. You know how much clock can do in 5 minutes if you just on top of it? Man, you can get a whole lot done in 5 minutes. But I'll be on Instagram for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Go to the kitchen, do this, do that. A whole hour go by. Claude been waiting on me. Like, whoa, you feel me? How much could I got done in that hour? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Claude is turning right now. We left off where um, I'm getting my database URL. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Breakfast is bomb. Girl, make me wanna bang her ass over. All right, so I got it. Bro, I had you. Good, fine. At the server read. And so if it can, server is going safely. CRM platform repo clone, not the workspace folder. To where we clone to repo first. There's one line. All right, so look, no coding background, right? This is where that stumbles me up a little bit. Yeah, anything that Claude can do on its own, I want it to do it for me. I don't want it to ask me no permissions. At this point, I've been messing with Claude for some months now, and you feel me? It's they're a lot more secure than the security that I just spent $3,000-4,000 on to secure my home. So you know what I mean? Go ahead and let Claude do what it needs to do. You feel me? The boring work that's gonna make me millions for sure. This the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? You sit and watch Claude do what he do, and you be on Amazon and other stuff. I need some clippers, chat. The chat that's not here yet. I need some clippers, bro. Ooh, this one deeper. Let's see. Yeah, that looks. Mm, I'm gonna send this to her, see if she want one of these. Definitely want to lock that one in. Looking at laundry hampers and stuff. What it is, what it is, what it is. Hey, what we finna do? We finna turn on some music. Finna turn on some music. Who liked my stream, bro? Somebody liked the stream. That's interesting. I appreciate the like, whoever it is. We will meet another time. You see what I'm saying? We will meet another time. We will get acclimated. You feel me? Once this build is live, we will do what it do. You feel me? Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. App settings is open. And you see something real quick? I want to bring the app on. Let's see. App deployed. Okay. First deploy failed. Mm-hmm. That first deployed failed because your container exited with a non-zero exit code. Let Claude fix it. The editor's open. This part is yours to type. I'll enter your secret values to get it booting. You only need 2 fields. The rest are feature keys that can wait. Database URL, click its value box, select all, delete the placeholder, and paste until you save. Scroll down a little, same thing. Paste a fresh secret, generate a new one, nothing one. So earlier, okay. Then scroll to the bottom and click save. That redeploys with secrets. You're not, you got your Anthropic 11 Labs Google Meta keys handy. Paste those while you're in here too. If not, the app still runs and those features just stay dark until you add them later. Tell me once you hit save. All right, bet. So, um, Hey, all I want to do is taste the secrets. You know what? I'll do it. Well, let's go here, settings real quick. Gotta connect the API secrets, y'all. It is what it is with this one. Edit. All right, gotta update all the secrets. See something? Where did that secret go? Hurry up, Claude. God damn. Move a little faster, Claude. Address plus login is login line starting with reprint and copy the whole line. Got you. What's up, baby? Oh, looking at these. I seen this one too. Oh, I see. Oh, look at that. Did I already show you this? Yep, that's one of them.
We just have to measure how much space there is right there. Wait to be able to open the door.
Yep, color coded really here.
Yeah. I like that one.
Yeah, that one's bigger. Yeah. All right, so JWC, just a random password. The app uses to sign logins you generated. It doesn't come from anywhere. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and get this real quick. What it is, what it is, what it is, hey. JWT secret. Oh, let me do this real quick. keys. Okay. Sure. What it is, what it is, what it is. I wonder what that specific API key will be used for. I'm sitting here asking like for the app wide Anthropic API key, what would it be used for? This is something that I got questions for other, programmers, or I'm not a programmer. So, for legitimate, let's say you got 10 years programming, 20 years programming, and you're setting up an API and all that good stuff. So for the APIs, let's say you want Anthropic to handle certain things. I think I kind of got I got to answer for my own question, because if I want a certain, like a particular model, I'm not going to use Fable, or I'm not going to use Opus, or even Sonnet for some things. I'm gonna use Haiku for some things. So with that being said, I think having different multiple APIs is the best way to go for sure. Definitely. So, if I want a specific API, a specific model for a specific task, that would be, triggered from a button or whatever the case may be, then boom, that's Haiku. And I tag that API in it, make sure I label it correctly, make sure the hard code understands that. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. The repo is the key that powers the social media API reply agent. All right. The labels Anthropic key powering AI voice engine. It's the key that powers the social media AI reply engine. Okay. No, I'm not gonna name it anything different. I'm not gonna name it anything different. I'm gonna let it be what it's gonna be there. You see, that way I'm not gonna label Anthropic anything different. Let Anthropic be what it's gonna be there, and then when I'm building later, just tell it to label it different somewhere in the hard code in the digital ocean. Let's do it like that. So bet. What am I doing? I want to get my Anthropic APIs. What I'm doing. I got all of these API keys to go and get it. So that's all I'm doing right now. Whole bunch of API keys. Damn, bro. What the hell's going on? This network, dude. Spectrum straight butt cheeks, dude. Like, what the hell? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay then. So what that's for. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see. Yo, what's up with this, bro? You know what? Yo, should I be trusting Claude as much as I trust it? You see what I'm saying? Like the way I'm thinking, bro, I don't want to do none of this API stuff. You go and get the API keys for me and set them up for me. Don't have me doing nothing. I don't want to do nothing other than want to see the app come to fruition. That's it. That's all I want to see. And then I want to get to marketing and sales and offers and all that other good stuff. That's all I want to do. You feel me? That's it, bro. You know, none of that technical stuff, man. John take a little too long. Understood. Understood. Try some. It told me like nope. And I already knew the answer to it. I just wanted to see. Maybe I'll find a way around that later. But hey, yeah. So, can I create API keys? API keys. API keys. 11 labs, huh? Bro, I can't wait to work with Higgsfield. I need $500 to get set up on the Higgsfield because I don't want to deal with this month to month BS no more. So $500 gonna get me set right with the Higgsfield, and once I do that, 500 is over with. And that's when I'm gonna start doing the the simple things that people are doing on YouTube and all these other social media platforms to make buku bucks. I'm gonna do all those simple little things for sure. Come on now. Hey, you know what? Kids are something else. I don't have eyes. I don't have eyes. Love the kids, but too much, man. Doing too much. Way too much. It's like, what you crying for? Nothing. I'm crying for nothing. Just crying. Because I want to cry. All right, moment of truth. Let's watch this deploy. Deploy it again. Let's go. Click deploy faster than Claude did. Hurry up. You always want to read back something. Claude always want to read back something. I'm finna, limit that. Don't read back the simple things. Just get that junk done, bro. Yo, what y'all think about this? Let's see, man. Let's look into while that's doing this, you know what I'm saying? Let's look into this real quick. Let me go ahead and share my screen like this real quick. What do we do? Share the screen real quick. Entire screen. Oh. My bad. My bad. Let's do this. Yeah, there we go. Let's go over here real quick. You get rich by not focusing on getting rich. Let's see what he's talking about.
Hi. Stop trying to get rich, get better. And if you get better, getting rich will happen as a consequence. Getting rich is an outcome. Getting better is an input. Most entrepreneurs are focused on the output as the thing, and so they're scattered in terms of where their focus is because they're just trying to do everything they can to drive this number up rather than trying to do the thing that creates the wealth. I see a lot of small business owners circling around asking.
Consistency. Yeah, Alex Hermosi, we do understand and know that. We do know to be consistent. You know how many small entrepreneurs are doing the same thing that, made them $1,000 in the whole entire month to like 60, 90 days. And haven't made $1,000 again. You know how many times they get up and watch film? You see what I'm saying? Watch that same phone call that they made to make the $1,000. Watch the same course that they learned, you know, on how to make $1,000 and all that good stuff. You know how many people did that? And it's still like, okay, this consistency, I gotta understand that. You know how troubling it is to, you know, be everybody around you is looking at you like you crazy because you didn't quit your job or you trying to make it happen. Let's just say you just trying to make it happen. There's so many different ways that this can go. And yet it's still just whoa. You feel me? It's like whoa, it's something to be figured out for sure. Let's see what he's saying.
Asking the same question, which is figuring out how they're going to scale. And you're almost all doing it the wrong way. John Paul DeJoria said, you don't want to be in the selling business. And everything that I described at this point is very much the selling business. And so the only way that you can grow that business is selling more units, is selling more customers. Mm-hmm. And that's a very terrible business to be in. And that's also the business that 95% of businesses are in, is they're constantly struggling for leads. They constantly are trying to figure out where my next customer is coming from. Yep. And if this is you, then listen to what I am saying right now. If your goal to grow your business is you say, okay, I sell books. Great, I sell books. In order for me to grow my book business, I have to get more people to buy my book, and that's it, period. Well, if you do that, you literally just have to market and sell for the rest of your entire life. And the only way to grow your business is to advertise more. That's literally it. The only way to grow. And so unless you're supremely good at advertising and you learn how to master affiliates, you learn how to master SEO, you learn how to making content, you learn how to run paid ads, you learn how to do email, you learn how to do outbound, right? You learn how to do all these things so that you can maximize your sales. Unless you do that, and the thing is, and this is what sucks, is that the next month, you have to reload all of your sales again. You have to start at zero again. And that sucks. And that's how the vast majority of businesses live. But the thing is it doesn't have to be that way. You have to look at the back of the business and say, why are there so many holes in my bucket? Because just pouring more water into the holy bucket, like everyone understands this conceptually, but we don't act that way. And I say this from experience because in the earlier part of my career, I only chased revenue and I chased profit. I wanted growth at all costs. But the thing is that sometimes the cost of that growth is the long-term growth of the business. And so it's like you sacrifice the long-term growth so that you can grow faster in the short term. And so big picture, what you want to do is figure out something that people don't stop buying. And I feel like I say this over and over again, but like no one does it. And so it doesn't have to be a recurring business model. You just have something that people either tell their friends immediately about. So like in the book instance, we sell almost $1 million a month in books. I don't advertise the books, right? And it's because people read it and then they post about it, they tell their friends, and then other people buy the book, and that circle goes on. And it's because we spent more time on the product. And it's the sandwich shop that's like, I have to sell more customers into my sandwich shop, but they're just mediocre. And so they're going to be stuck forever trying to figure out what the new hook is. And to be fair, I wrote a book on offers, and I think that's important when you're getting started. But long term, the offer just gets them in the door. How well you deliver on the offer is what's going to keep them paying over and over again. It's going to get them to send referrals. I'll tell you a story. So I had a friend of mine started a cookie business. And when he started the cookie business, this is what he did. He went around the country to the top cookie stores and bake their cookies. And they were, some of them said, pound sand, but some of them were like, sure, you can hang out. And so he learned what they bake cookies. And then when he came back home, he baked a new dozen cookies every single day for a year. And he numbered all the batches, and he had 365 batches of cookies. And every time he did it, he gave it to tasters. And then people would say, you know what, I like this, I don't like this, whatever. And so by the end of that time period, when he opened his restaurant, guess what also happened? The many people who had tasted his cookies, he got their numbers. He was giving free cookies away so that he could he also generated leads from his area. And then he opened and had a smashing success of a business selling premium cookies in a local market, which is a tough business to be in. But he crushed it. And he did it because he spent 365 days doing the work to figure out the 100 tiny details that make a perfect cookie.
My name is Stephen Hedlund, head of finance at Rillet. Rillet is the AI native ERP.
And so like if you're in the sandwich business, if you're in the SEO business, if you're in the mechanic business, it's figuring out what we need to do to make the cookie that much better. And that's the work that no one's willing to do. And that's the good news is that's the opportunity. That's the opportunity that most people aren't willing to do. They're always like, if you ask small business owners, what do I need? They say, I need more leads. They all say that. Now, if everybody says they need the same thing, to me, that's a big light bulb that if they're all pursuing the same thing and none of them are growing, then they're probably looking for the wrong stuff. And if you've been stuck at the same level for a long period of time, listen to what I'm saying right now. You have to find out why people aren't buying again. You have to find out why people aren't referring their friends. And sometimes you're like, well, when I ask them, they don't tell me. It's like sometimes you have to read between the lines. And that's the hard part. But that's the work. Like that's the work. And I get a little bit peeved about this because I see so many small business owners that aren't growing, and they're not growing because they're always thinking about how they're going to get more leads, but they're not realizing the fact that they have to get more leads because they have so many holes in their bucket. And so there is a level of advertising that you have to maintain in order to test. My friend with the cookie store had to go out to people and he had to get them to try the cookies. But the objective, once he had his second batch of cookies, wasn't like, oh, I need to give out 12 batches a day. No, that wasn't the goal at that point. The goal was to refine the product, refine the service, make it better, get the onboarding, the recruiting, the hiring, the training of the employees so they could deliver the service good enough so that when he scaled, the quality of the product remained the same, or ideally had a process in place that it would improve over time. But people rush to scale because they have some sort of insecurity about, I have to make progress. But the thing is, not all progress is measured in revenue immediately. Some progress happens at a delay. And so one of the biggest progress markers that happens at a delay is product. And so when we talk about delayed gratification, one of the ways that you can exercise that muscle of learning to delay reward for the work you do is improving the thing that you deliver. Because if you improve your sales, you're going to...
Yo, so exactly what he's mentioning is what I am. This is the reason why I'm here and doing what I'm doing right now. I'm building out a business in a box. So 81 features, got it all planned out. Been working on this for 8 months now. 81 features that support credit, personal and business credit, education, the simple things that you have to do and understand, not just one time, but repetitively to grow in that space. Then turn around and get the business that you structured funded. Before you're able to even talk about funding, you need to structure the business. So you'll be able to do that on the platform. Structure out the business, understand and educate yourself on the different structure types of, different business structure types. Have the direct links to go to, you click this button and now you set this up, it's going to cost this much. The very simple things that you have to do to make sure that your business gets structured. Then you turn around and get this business funded, because what you learned in the first step, getting your personal and your business credit right, you're going to apply it here, get the business funded, take the money from the bank that you get, and now you invest. First, you need certain insurances, or you go into the insurance field where you're investing in yourself, becoming, whether it's an insurance agent, broker. There's a lot of money in insurance. So there it is. I'm an insurance agent. So if you can put two to two together, now I'm referring or I'm selling insurance, and I'm making sure you get set up and going down the right path in the insurance industry. Now you can become your own Geico or something of that sort. And then next, we go into investing into real estate, stocks and so forth. Now, aside from that, we're also going to have like that syndication field that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. We're going to have that, this is the not the clique or the gang, but these are the people that I grew fond of. They grew fond of me. We work together. We build with each other, this, that, and the other. And now, it's like I didn't help them scale out a bit, or I didn't help them build out a business, structure out a business, build it, scale it out, make so much money over there in their business. I'm doing the same thing in mine. And we're like-minded people just working together, bouncing ideas off each other, making sure we continue to grow, you see, and then turn around and scale it. Like I mentioned, just scaling, make sure the systems and the procedures, the processing is there, AIs and automations, and all of that good stuff is just there. So I believe 100% what Alex Hermosi is saying right now. 100%. It makes so much sense. But so on another note, we're going to put that on pause, Alex, and we're going to come back to you because I got some good news. We got some progress for this app. Let's see the progress that the app has given us so far. Let's go. All right, live app is up, it's running. Go ahead. Go ahead and sign in here. I could not create an account on the app. Let's see why. It's no way for me to create an account on this app right now. Wondering why. Let's get it. Okay. So deploy went live. Can't create the let's see why. This is the type of stuff that I actually want to learn code for because I'll know what it's about right now instead of having to ask AI about it and kind of have a level of like accountability. But instead, it's like I just dish everything off to my AI agent and let it figure it out. But then too, I have to consider the usage aspect of it. There's so many little things I probably ask Claude about that's like, duh, you should have known that, and that's why I be thinking in the back of my head, but who knows? So let me be able to log in to the app because right now when I look to log into my app, it's not letting me. Internal server error, not letting me create an account, nor is it letting me sign in. So we gotta figure out what is going on. Database. Yeah, I thought so. The app is running connected fine. That's why you get a login page on an error, but nothing can read/write users until we run one-time migration that creates all the tables. Cleanest way is to run it right inside the app's console. It already holds a DB connection, no secrets, no local setup. Opening it. Okay. Let it do that part, and then we get back to it. The great thing is when DigitalOcean shut it down, I'm in building mode, so I'm the only user on the app right now. And I'm so glad that happened like that because just imagine if I had 10 users. You know what I'm saying? And this is when you had 10 users, it is nice because it is like a level of intimacy and all this good stuff that you have with the users. You kind of close knit and connected and all that good stuff, easy to communicate with. But it's no different when you're at 1,000 users or 5,000, 500,000 with communication because it's as simple as creating an email automation and you send that out. You feel me, on a drip campaign. and then everybody gets their automated emails, or you whatever the case may be, right? So that's the communication side of it. But those 10 people, if I had 10 people in there, they all would have hit me up probably around the same time. Yo, what happened? And I would have had to answer and feel obligated to answer, yo, what happened? If I was at 500,000, I could give a generic answer and then be like, hey, maybe 5 or 10% people will fall off. But for the most part, people are going to stay on. It would be a beautiful thing if I get to 500,000 users. And let's say I don't want anything like this to ever happen again, but let's say it does happen for one reason or the other. Then it's like it would be beautiful for all 500,000 just to respect it and stay with me. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's how I'll be thinking about stuff. Random. How to deploy fire on the push to main API DB connected. Costs. Yep. 2 things to open. Lock the DB to the app. Part 3. Trusted sources so it's not open to the internet. Run this one line in the terminal. The weekly drive part. All right, real quick, y'all. Get this real quick.
You're going to immediately see a jump. If you improve your leads, you'll immediately see a jump. And that's why it gets so addicting for small business owners, because they say, oh, look, I improved this little sales thing, and look, we're making more money. And yes, you are making more money. But the thing is that you're not going to make the big money. The monster money comes from the back end. The reason you can't afford your leads, there's never not enough leads. I want to impress this upon you. There is an unlimited amount of traffic in the world across all media. You've got radio, you've got newspaper, you've got direct mail, you've got Instagram, you've got Facebook, you've got YouTube, you've got TikTok, you've got Spotify ads, right? You've got podcasts, you've got affiliates, there's SEO, there's so many different places where eyeballs are. The problem is not that you don't have enough leads. The problem is you can't afford them because your product sucks. This is the problem. And so you have to build it back to front. You can consistently, and think about this from a competitive moat perspective. If you make the same amount of money per customer as your competition, then you are always going to be in a race to the bottom. And when I say race to the bottom, I mean a race to the bottom of CAC. All you're going to be doing is trying to find little hacks to hack social media, to hack ads, to do whatever. And those hacks are always short-lived.
When 2 companies merge, you end up with 2 ways of doing the same work and a lot of training docs no one fully trusts.
The biggest businesses, and I look at this a lot because I spend a lot of time trying to think, okay, how is Alex going to get to $1 billion? How is Alex going to get to 10 billion? Is I look at the biggest companies. And the thing is that, have you noticed that the biggest companies aren't doing the Instagram hacks? Have you noticed they're not trying to do these little, oh yeah, if you put this hashtag at the bottom, oh, if you do this little call out or the shout out, if you noticed that they don't do that? And the reason they don't do that is because they don't have to. Because they have won the long game, and the long game is the LTV game. It's how much is a customer worth to me? And so Dan Kennedy said this a long time ago, he who can spend the most to acquire a customer wins. And I rephrase that as, he who can make his customers the most valuable wins. Because being able to spend the most is a product of how much you make a customer worth to you, which is a function of what the gross profit is and how many times they buy. And the how many times they buy function has a direct proportion to how good the quality of the product is. And by the way, when you improve the quality of your product, guess what happens? You get referrals. Now think about this. Again, we have to play this out 2-3 steps. If you start marketing, let me tell you some truths that will not change. Advertising will always become more expensive. The cost per eyeball will always go up. You look at CPMs on Facebook.
This is big for me. This is really big for me. You look at my content on Instagram, on Facebook, whatever it is, I am not comfortable with it. I'm doing it so I have a level of consistency, to say I did something, but at the end of the day, I know I need to make some money right now. I need to get out of Geico right now. I need to leave Geico right now for my sanity. Understood. But then I look at the product. I can get out and I can finesse. I can do that. It can be very easy to do so, but it wouldn't be in my best. That wouldn't be. I'm not trying to say it wouldn't be my best. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that wouldn't be ideal. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be in the best interest of the business. Why? Because obviously you get out and you make some ones and twos and fews, and then you made a few dollars. Yay, whippy! But then you got to go out and figure out how to make more dollars when it could have been simply just based off these referrals. I'm making a killing, and this is just based off the referrals. I didn't have to put no money back into the ads if I so choose not to do so. So it's like, let me go ahead and make something that is inevitably just shareable. Like people aren't going to hesitate, man. Let me put my cousin on. Let me put my girl on. Let me put my daddy on. Let me put my mama on. Whoever it is, let me put them on. This is excellent. You see what I'm saying? Now it's like when I do take my profits and I invest back into advertising and this, that, and the other, I don't necessarily have to do, like, to Alex Hermosi's point, I don't have to do nothing out of the ordinary, or this hack, or this, that, and the other, this hook and X, Y, and Z. I don't really have to do that. I'm eating without the advertisement and stuff like that. But let's say because I am out here advertising, I do have a bag on me and I'm getting referrals all left and right, then easy, there it goes. You feel me? Like with advertising, hey man, it's not too much of a hard sell that I'm trying to, do for you. Go and check all these live videos, that I built out this app. I did this, that, and the other, and I talked about it, and I've been about this for a very long time now, or for a very short period of time, whatever. But I've been about this, and the proof is in the pudding. It works. Go and ask so and so. Go and ask this person, that person, this person. They're not affiliates of mine. They're just people that been able to reap the success from this business in the box. Here goes their phone number, email, contact information. Shoot a text. Yo, this person going to contact you. Say the truth. Tell them the truth. That's my goal. I don't want to have no hard sell conversations. Alex Hermosi is not having a hard sell conversation. He's telling you what it is. And everybody's been begging to give him their money for a very long time now. You see what I'm saying? Everything that he does, it's like as soon as he launches, there it goes. Because it's not a whole lot of BS behind the scenes. You feel me? It's there. So, man, I feel him. I really do feel that. And some people are going to be like, just action take, action take, action take. And that's cool. Go ahead and action take. Go ahead. I've been there before too, where I'm just taking action. I'm making money. Yeah, figuring it out in between now and then. But then it gets to that point where it's like, damn, I still got to figure out how to make money. That's the point of me doing everything I'm doing. I don't want to have to figure out how to go out and make no money, how to figure out how to put some money into the ads, and how to figure out how to get a lead and this and that. I'm not trying to do none of that. You feel me? You want to sell your house to me because you want to sell your house to me. You feel me? That's the open door effect. People want to sell their house to Open Door, offer pad, because they heard some good things about them. No matter what the blemishes are, it's just, I know that they're going to close. But then you go to Sam, Dick, and Susie, and whoever their company is, and they don't know them from data dirt, and it's all these questions, this, that, and the other. But then if they go to Zillow, it's no questions. Zillow could have gave you a $30,000-$40,000 price lower than mine, but yet there's no questions. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? So that's the real deal, man. You got to take over the market. And if it's going to be one thing at a time, then it's going to be one thing at a time. That's the only reason why I'm still at Geico's, because I'm focused on making sure my product, the service is there. So when I do launch, my very first customer turns to 5 off the rip. 2 other things. Does login work now? After I want to see your app listed as trusted source. Okay.
you look at CPMs on YouTube, the cost per eyeball will always go up on every platform. And as you scale, your advertising will go to colder and colder audiences, and it will become less and less efficient. This happens at scale. These are truths. These will not change. These are facts. And so if you want to scale a business, how can you scale if there are two things that are going in a linear direction against you? The cost of advertising to reach the eyeball goes up, and the conversion percentage of those eyeballs also goes up, because you go to a bigger and bigger audience that knows less and less, they're less problem aware, and you have less product aware, and you have to do more education up front to a less interested audience. This happens. This is an inevitability. And so how do you combat that? One of the cool ways that you can increase LTV for almost any business is actually building a community around your business. And so I just became co-owner of school.com, and you can go there, and we have facilitated and made super, super easy getting a community built and monetized and thriving. And so whether you want to start a community business, which is one type of person, or you're already a business owner, it's a great way to increase the LTV of your customers, provide more value to them, and have one place that you can always disseminate all your information, all your announcements to them to continue to extend the LTV. And you can go to school.com/games or just school.com, and you can start for free.
Creativity is the ultimate competitive advantage in business. I'm Greg Hoffman, former Nike Chief Marketing Officer.
You combat that by having referrals, and referrals come from every sale. And so if every sale, one, that person keeps buying, and two, they send you another customer, guess what happens? That CAC gets cut in half. And so you need an equally strong compounding vehicle that works in your favor to maintain your LTV to CAC ratio. And so when you improve product, you also decrease CAC via referrals at scale. So it doesn't matter how much scale you have. If you deliver an exceptional product, you will be able to have, you always know that 1.3 customers, or every customer brings you, 0.3 new customers on top of that. So you decrease your cost required by 30%. And you get the LTV boost that happens on the back end as well, which is that they buy more and they spend longer, they're willing to pay a premium, and so forth. And the third wheel of that in terms of product is that product is the end of the brand cycle. So if you think about brand as a reinforcing loop, right? In the beginning, when you start a company, you make a promise. Fundamentally, that's how you enter a marketplace. You say, I'm going to solve this problem. That is my promise to you. All right, and anyone can say that. What builds the business over the long term is your ability to deliver on that promise. Otherwise, it's the same reason you see all these fucking internet marketers who start a new business every 6 months. And the new business is they're like, I got to find the next offer, because they're so front end obsessed, because they never figured out what was wrong with your first offer. People bought it. The problem is you couldn't deliver on it. And so just little Vegas warning sign, by the way, if you see the same guy changing up his offer every 6 months, it's because he doesn't know how to keep his promises. He lacks the skill of product. He lacks the skill of delivery. He lacks the skill of being able to recruit, hire, manage a team that can deliver consistently. He lacks that skill. And so honestly, what happens to that person? Over time, their reputation gets degraded. You start saying this guy's a has-been. He's washed up. All he does is promote new stuff. He's a shill. He just sells whatever's hot. And many of you are that person. And you keep trying to find new ways to get leads when you just can't keep your promises. If you keep your promises and you put all your focus there, your CAC will go down and will continue to go down. And that's what's crazy, is that the more you do that, the more you reinforce the brand loop, because you make a promise, you keep that promise. And then the people you keep the promise to tell other people you kept the promise. And then that decreases your CAC. The inverse of that, and there's a quantitative test for this. If you run advertisements and your cost to acquire a customer increases at a faster rate than the average cost of CPMs, the cost per impression in your market, then it means you have word of mouth working against you. Think about this. Everyone understands positive word of mouth. We all get that, right? We're like, oh yeah, I get referrals. Did you know that you have far more negative referrals? You have way more detractors. You have way more people that when they see an ad of your business, what do? They reach out to other people to ask about you. And then people who would have purchased choose not to, based on information they get online or asking someone they know. And so your conversion rate decreases over time. You complain that ads aren't working, when in reality, all of this is the invisible hand of your product sucking. I get passionate about this because I see it so many times. And it's the thing that keeps you stuck. And so the only way to combat this is to become a world-class marketer and just only know how to sell shit. And hey, if you're selling to a really big market, I'm gonna be honest with you, there's a lot of really big name marketers that the only reason they make money is because they sell to the ocean of humanity and they only need one transaction. And they spend all of their trying to arbitrage media. As in, they know what their cost per impression is, they know how much they make, and they just jam as much as they can in there. But that's not a business. That is a cash flow job that you get really good at with that skill. But that's also why marketers have terrible reputations. Building a brand is, in my opinion, the good side of marketing. And the brand is simply the associations that people have with your product. And if those associations are positive, then you build that reputation, you build that positive association, and that takes time. But if you make the brand your end goal, then you will be able to charge higher prices than other people for the exact same thing, and people will purchase from you because from a value equation perspective, their perceived likelihood of achievement goes up, their risk associated with the purchase in terms of what they believe their ease and the ease of achieving what they're gonna get goes up. And even if your time delay is slower, they have so much conviction that you're going to deliver on your promise that they're willing to pay the premium. And so your cost to acquire customers goes down at scale. Brand-driven advertising is more profitable than the pure, scammy, direct response stuff. It just takes longer. But the ROAS is insane. It's not like 2x, 3x. It's like 30, 100x. It's way bigger. And that's how companies like Apple print money. They print money. Look at their marketing spend. They print money because they have a line of customers that bought their last product. And just by knowing that they have a good reputation of delivering on their promises, they buy the next one. And so I'll tell you a story that happened for probably the first time I really saw this was when I was probably a year into gym launch. We're ripping and roaring, right, in terms of scale, and everyone's just printing money using the system that we had, right? And I launched something called I think I called it LNS at the time, which was like lead nurture system. It's something like that. I can't remember what I called it, but basically it was automated lead nurture. That's what it was, ALN. And so I did this big webinar, I did this big launch, and because gym owners are business owners, there was a number of them that couldn't make it on the live. But they heard that I had sold this thing. The amount of people that reached out after the webinar, not having seen the webinar, and said, hey, here's my credit card number, whatever it is, just give it to me. If he launched it, I know it's good. I had never had that happen in my life. And I was like, how do I never stop this from happening again? I want this to always be my norm. And it reinforced so strongly how important it was to keep your promises. And so there's a relationship that I think is missed a lot, especially in the info and online space, and I want to hit on this, but it applies to all businesses, is that there's 3 lines that you have to keep in touch with. You have the price that you charge, you have the value that they get, and then you have the cost associated with delivering the thing. And so you want these lines to be as far apart as humanly possible. All of them. You want them to be spread out super, super far. You want to have crazy high value at the top. You want a price that's a premium. And then you want to have a lot of juice left over relative to your cost. And the way to get that kind of space between your cost and your price is to do the work of the 100 details that your competitors aren't willing to do. They're not willing to find out that when someone walks in the restaurant, if we find out what their name is at the car, we can greet them by name. Small thing. Right? We have the waitresses all write down on the receipt what their name is and say, thanks for coming in. Ow. Whatever. Right? And we try to make sure that they all get their waters within 30 seconds of sitting down. We make sure that they get their bread within 2 minutes. We make sure that we check in every 5 or every 10 or whatever we've tested has been the right amount. And maybe it comes down to asking the customer up front, hey, is this something do you want me to come, is this a fast dinner, or is this something you want to kind of juice and enjoy? I will match your cadence. Maybe simply asking the question draws attention to the fact that you care. It might not even matter.
Whoa. He just launched, boy. He just gave me an excellent idea. Let me get this to my assistant right now. Let me do it right now. Let me do it right now. Let me do it right now. Okay, new chat. Yeah. Same project. Make sure it's in the same project. Okay. So for the business in the box, this operating system, we want to be sure that we're also going to have a feature where we're generating the leads for the business owners. That's one thing that we want to be sure of. Golden. Little things. The little things. You know, my business is going to be a business where it's like this business in the box. All you have to do is sign the partner agreement. Everything else has been done for you. You know, the labeling, the websites, the offers, the this, that, and the other. It doesn't matter what it is. All you have to do is sign the agreement. You know, we meet whether it's once a month, twice a month, 4 times a month, whatever, you know, we're comfortable with, whatever's going to work for all of us, you know, whether it's on a Google Meet, whatever, you know. And then next thing you know is it's like, how is these people going to be turning profit? So what are people not willing to do? People aren't willing to scratch others back before they receive something. That's what I recognize about people. I'll have all the willpower in the world to show up and to show out, as long as somebody like Alex Hermosi, not saying Alex wouldn't do this, I'm not too sure, but let's say I meet Alex Hermosi and it's like, yo, Alex, I'm smart, I have wisdom, I'm educated up to this level, whole bunch of other good stuff, but I'm not even trying to, you know, get into all of that. Let's not waste your time. I'm here to show up and show out, and I will do it for absolutely nothing at all until you see my worth. You know what I mean? Now, Alex can either take advantage of me to where I show out and solve a whole lot of problems for him, and then never considers compensating me, and then I leave, and then he has a whole bunch of problems to figure out. Or if he's wise, he'll scratch my back, you know, because I put that best foot forward for him. Now, what if I'm doing that for every, you know, every hustler in the world, every person that's on grind time in the world? What if I'm doing that for every person that's on grind time in the world? Yo, you out here on grind time, you out here making money, you want to invest, you really want to take this to the next level. I'm printing. Got something on print mode right now. Hundreds of thousands a month. Millions a month. You got an audience, is even better because your audience trusts you. You don't have to sell nothing. You know what? I got an option that's risk-free for them. They don't have to pay anything, but they do it themselves. The moment that you want my team to do it for you, do it for them, then we get paid. When I say we, I get paid, you get paid. We split. Here goes everything. Hey, whether you use it or not, I've already created for you. There you go. Now we use it. I'm telling you, it's going to print. So all you got to do is get on camera, talk about it, wear the hat. You know what I mean? It's your branding, it's your name on it anyway. You know what I mean? And then what? What do you think is going to happen? Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah. Yep, had to take note of that real quick. So that's there. That's there. Go ahead and add that to the project. That's in the project already. Okay, cool. Go back here and make sure I can get into this application, man. All right, still working.
Matter what you do, but maybe simply asking the question improves their experience. And so it's these 100 BBs, no silver bullets. That the good news is that your competition is lazy as fuck. It's so easy. Think about how many like I do business with a lot of businesses on a personal level, on a business level. I would not recommend most of them. And the thing is that those vendors think that I'm an amazing customer. I'm a hair away from being a detractor. And many of you have customers that are a hair away from being a detractor. Sometimes you got customers who pay for your thing and still tell people not to buy it.
Did anybody get back to Deborah Simmons yet? Good news, everyone.
My pool guy, when I had a pool, I don't have a pool anymore, but when I had a pool, that guy was so inconsistent. He didn't clean stuff all the time. I'd walk out afterwards and be like, did he even do anything this week? Right? But I still paid because it was just such a hassle to change. But I was absolutely a detractor when my neighbor's like, oh yeah, who's your pool service? I'm like, don't use my guy. I just don't have time to find somebody else. They're like, oh, thanks. And that small business owner is like, man, I have such a great business. Like, and like, we'd have gym owners who thought that their gyms were hot shit. And then somebody opens up across the street and literally takes all their customers. What they didn't realize is the main reason people went to their gym is it was just convenient. They thought all of their workouts, they thought all of their music, they thought the layout of the gym, the equipment, they thought all of that was important. But the thing that mattered most was that you just happen to be the only gym in a 5-mile radius of this spot. And so a lot of times the reason that you're winning, you don't even know why you're winning. And so Professor Bergelman from Stanford said this. He said, it's better to know why you have failed than to succeed and not know why.
Facts.
And I think that's a very profound statement. Facts. Because for us as business owners, we're always willing to.
Facts. This is something I care about so deeply, bro. I need to know when I win, why am I winning? For one, I need to repeat. I need to rinse and repeat. I need to do the exact same thing over and over and over again. I was mentioning before. There's times where you just running the playback and you're watching the film, you're listening to the film, and you're doing all the same things over and over and over again, and it's not working for everybody. Why? You know, if it worked for him, but then it's okay. There's different personalities. You know, let's not get too far deep into it, but man, that is deep right there. It's like I need to know what worked.
To attribute negative things to outside forces, right? We're always willing to say, oh, you know, COVID happened, my business got hurt or whatever, right? The economy's bad, credit rates are compressing. But we aren't willing to give outside forces the credit for when we do well. We're like, oh no, that was me. That was that marketing initiative. Oh yeah, that's because we've been really working on the team. It might just be nothing to do with you at all. And so understanding what are the drivers that actually drove the success are some of the things that you have to find out that your competition doesn't know. So many business owners just believe in mythology. They just make up narratives around why they're successful, and they have no way to prove it. One of the things that I see people just melt in front of me when I ask, they're like, well, this is, they basically tell me a story about their business. They say, well, people don't do that because, and then they insert some make-believe thing. And I say, how do you know that? And then they just look at me like, how do you know that? They don't. They've never measured it. I had a vendor recently who was like, hey, we need to do this, this, and this with something on media. I was like, okay, why? He was like, well, this is going to create more growth. And I said, how do you know that? And then he gave me another stat. And that stat was derived from the first stat that he said to increase. He said, when this increases, this increases. I was like, no shit. Do you know how math works? Of course. Of course it does. Now, to be clear, I don't think this was out of malice, to be very clear. But no one thinks. And the good news is your competition doesn't think either. And so if you want to win, you just need to stop. Like, whenever someone gives you a because statement in your team, just ignore it. And if they do give it to you and you insist on trying to listen to it, then say, how do you know that? And most of the time they're like, well, you know, gut feel. Like, your gut feelings mean nothing to me. If you haven't tracked it and you have no data to support it, then I can make up things too. When you hear podcasts of business people and they're telling you the things that work for them.
Welcome to the build. I appreciate you for visiting. Right now, I'm connecting the secret API keys on screen. So I'll be right back, and then we're going to get back into what I'm building out with Fable. You know, so we're getting some good game from Alex Hermosi right now. And of course, some reactions of it. I'll be right back.
The crazy thing is that most of the time they don't know either. And so this is what drives me nuts. People are like, hey, Alex, do you think that, you know, having a hard childhood, even having a troubled relationship with your father, I don't, we're fine, right? But do you think that is the reason that you're so driven? I'm like, I don't know. How would I know? I know that I am driven. There's a zillion things that have happened to me in my life. I don't know which one it is, but we create these narratives around it to believe it. And I'm bringing this kind of conceptual idea because right now, many of you are creating stories that you tell yourselves to make yourself feel better about why your product isn't as good as it should be, but you have an excuse that only you need to believe. And you believe that excuse, so it excuses you from working harder on the stuff you know you should be doing but aren't. And that work, the work you know you should be doing but aren't, is the opportunity, because that is the work that your competitors also aren't doing.
Facts.
And I'm telling you from the bottom of my soul, it is so easy to beat people today. They are so soft. They have no work ethic. No one can stick with anything. Everyone's distracted. They're on social media. They're counting their fucking notifications because they can't stick with shit. They can't say no. And so sometimes you got to say, hey guys, we're going to stay at this revenue level until we get referrals over 30%.
That's facts.
We're going to stay at this revenue level. We're going to stay at this level of advertising because I don't want anyone else to know how mediocre our sandwiches are. Why would I tell anyone else? I don't want anyone to know. If I could test this with no one knowing, I would do it. But we have to advertise a little bit so we can fix our thing.
Yeah.
But the point of that first phase of growing the business, because you start making sales, is to get better, not to get rich. The point in the first phase is to learn, not to earn. If I started a new cleaning business tomorrow, the first year would just be trying to nail the model. I wouldn't be thinking about what we're growing every month. I wouldn't care. I would only be focused on how can we make this experience so that no one leaves. And that's all my obsession is, because I know that once that happens, whether you sell 1 customer a month or 5 customers a month or 10 customers a month, your business will not stop growing. If you do not lose customers, your business will not stop growing. And so while every one of your competitors are looking for cheaper leads and trying to find the new place where they can do their little hacky Instagram thing, you can sleep well at night knowing I sold 10 customers last month. And this month I'll sell another 10, but I'll have 20. And the month after that, I'll sell 10 and I'll have 30. And the month after that, I'll sell 10 and I'll have 40. And we will just keep fucking growing because I spent a year or 2 years or 5 years figuring out exactly what to do that delivered for my customer. And that is the work that no one will do. And that is why entrepreneurship is much more a battle of wills than it is a battle of intellect. You have to be willing to delay gratification for an extended period of time and eat glass. And that eating of glass is seeing how many failures you have until you get it right. And this is the difference between small businesses and big businesses, is their willingness to put up with that long period of time of getting the product right.
You don't write anything down after conversations?
This is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of a button, it records and creates organized.
And then,
And that's one of the deepest things I've heard in a minute, and I really needed to hear it. As a matter of fact, my dad, which we partner up together, you know, we're building out this platform and stuff together. Well, he's doing his own version of it, and I'm doing my own for, you know, our particular reasons and all that good stuff. I spent $1,500 on the platform that he's now building it out, and I'm like, okay, after $1,500 in 8 months of work with Replit, and building this out with Replit is still, you know, there's a mass of bugs, there's a whole bunch of this, that, and the other, and it's not coming together. And he's in a rush. Yo, we need to make some money on it right now. You know, this app needs to launch right now. We need to take this app and make money with it right now. And quite frankly, he's been able to make some money with it as it is right now. But he's going through, you know, it's hey, the person that's on there using this app, or the people that's on there using this app, you know, why haven't they referred out to it? You know, and this is my app that I'm speaking of. Why haven't they referred their friends and family out? You know, there's so much that we are giving to these people for a little bit of nothing on this application. Why aren't they just biting and referring and so forth? And of course, we don't have that answer. Only those people know. I get to thinking like, it's because of the stuff that the work that needs to be done on this application that I was in the middle of doing before we said, you know what, let's just launch it because we need to make some money right now. You know how it hurts to be $1,500 in, no dollar amount back for me personally, 8 months in, and I'm still underneath Geico's thumb. I'm still got to get up and go to work at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't get off until 4 o'clock in the evening. Got to come home, look at my check, say that's not enough, and still grind the build out. You know how hard that is? You feel me? But I know, okay, once this is efficient and I'm able to take it from efficient to good, from good to better, better to greater, greater to excellent, and I keep that going and I continue to scale it, and these features are working, there's not a mass of bugs, I just take out the time, I grind it out. Like Alex says, I eat that glass. That very first person that's on this application, using the application, is I'm referring this out. I gotta talk to somebody about this. This is amazing. The relationship I can create with that very first person. So it's man, I can go on and on and on about that. I can go on and on and on about that.
once you get it right, you can scale to the moon because you will make more than everyone else on your back end. You will deliver on your promises. Your brand will be reinforced with every sale rather than degraded with every sale. And then at scale, you will continue to be able to acquire customers profitably because you have a force that is compounding, which is the referral base of customers that tells other people how good your stuff is, while also continuing to purchase themselves. So in Silicon Valley, they have a saying, which is, break things, move fast. I think that was one of Facebook's early, values. That break fast and move stuff is building back to front. That is building the product through iteration so that you can have extended LTV, so that you can have the activation of users, so that, because fundamentally think about it this way, if Facebook did not get users activated and they were like, we need to spend more on marketing so we can get more users, it would never work at scale. It has to have a compounding vehicle built within the business. And the compounding vehicle in the business for most businesses is the quality of their product. That is the compounding vehicle. You have to get people to continue to buy or continue to use in Facebook's case. And so they have to think about how can we eliminate friction in 100 different ways so that we can make it smoother. I mean, this is what we work on at school all the time, is how can we make this easier? How can we make this faster? How can we make this more streamlined so that anybody can be successful with it? And most small business owners fix one or two things and then they immediately want to scale. They want to gas the advertising to make more sales. And the problem with that is that it does this. So you increase sales, and so by percentage growth, it'll be really aggressive and then it starts slowing down. And you can always tell growth of businesses like this, especially at the 10, 30, $100 million mark, and they're not even close to their total addressable market because the only way they grew is through jamming sales and marketing, not through having a product that compounded. And so that is the big difference between massive multiples in companies when you sell for 20x, 50x, massive numbers, because the person who's acquiring it has no doubt that that business will continue to compound and grow. If the business is purely based on marketing sales, then they know that it's only as good as its last month. And if the marketing director leaves or their sales channel gets shut down, then the business is going to rapidly decline. And so not only does it make the company significantly more valuable, it also makes life a lot more chill as an entrepreneur, because you know that this month, like last month, like 2 years ago, the customer you sold 2 years ago, put all that effort in, they're still buying today. Improving your product is the highest leverage thing you can do, because every single person gets that product. And so you work on it one time, and then it's, cut once, sell 100 times, cut once, sell 1,000 times. Whereas marketing is a linear relationship. You have to go market more to get more customers. But if you continue to improve the product, that thing can get you 100 times more customers or massively increase LTV. And so you get a disproportionate return on the effort you put in on making your thing better than you do on getting more customers.
Speed is the moat today. You gotta be nimble, you gotta be quick.
Accounting has to be right. Reliability, accuracy, that matters.
AI.
Chunking up, what we're tracking with product is the price that we're able to command for our services or our product, the number of recurring purchases that we have from somebody. So if you have a reoccurring business, it's average number of orders that someone's going to make with your business over a lifetime, or it's the churn associated with your subscription or membership. And so these give you the quantitative outputs of a high quality product, but the inputs are going to be closer to what are their activation metrics, like and the way that you look at this is you do something called a regression analysis around, okay, let's look at the cohort of customers that don't cancel, because there is hopefully some customers that don't leave you. And you look at what things occurred and you have to look at a lot of variables of what things occurred in those customers that haven't occurred in other customers. And then once you find those things that occurred, those become activation points, or at least your first guess at activation points. And then what you do is you drive your onboarding towards that activation point. Some people got a retention point. And then you remeasure again. And so if you know that once people, achieve a sale from SEO for your agency, that the likelihood they cancel goes down precipitously, then all of your effort for onboarding is how quickly can we get them a sale from our SEO. If it's for weight loss, you find out that somebody needs to lose 7 pounds in the first 2 weeks. And if they lose the weight, then the likelihood they continue to stay is very high. So then you drive all of your activation, your onboarding toward getting to that point. And so everything is about looking at the people at the end, looking at the thing that preceded them getting to that point, and then putting all of your focus on getting people to have that experience. At the most basic level, I had a first book, and many people who bought this book and liked it bought the second book when it came out. Obviously, we had a launch, but the thing is that we still sell thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of copies of this book every single month. And even though this book is 2.5 or 3 years old or whatever it is, this book still sells thousands and thousands and thousands of copies every month, because there's also new people every month that are getting into entrepreneurship or want to learn about making better offers for their business. And so the people who upsold between product 1 and product 2, many of them saw nothing besides the fact that they found out that I had another book out and then bought it. And I don't say that in a self-aggrandizing way. I say that because I've lived the other way, and it's much better to do it this way. And if you're trying to increase LTV to have a compounding business model, then one of the first things you need to do is do the unscalable. I made an entire video about it. Go check it out. It'll probably help you out.
Good game. Good game. Good reminders from one of the greatest.
This is brutally honest advice
right
from men.
now. Alex Hormozy. Some good game. Now I really need to be able to get inside my app, and it has been messing with me, bro. All right. Right. All right. So to make the reset email work, create a Gmail app password. On the account, app password is going to appear until its own name is CRM. Copy to. Paste it. Employees then log in page. So that's a durable fix. Most you ask for. Still not working. this thing. Jesus, we need to hurry up and move on from this step. What? All right, I'm gonna be right back. Right back. Okay, you see there, this one too short. Migration, monetary journey of proper value. Copy the long string of prints. All right, so add this secret key real quick. Lee. For the moment of truth, let's do it. Man. Where y'all at? Good looks. Oh my gosh. This ain't gonna kill me. Oh, wrong password. I'm in. Finally. Finally. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm in. Good looking out. Oh, thank you. Master worker. I got you back. Screw Digital Ocean for deleting you. Finally back. All right. So now we can get to the good stuff. First off, I need to change my damn password real quick. Go ahead and change my password real quick. Oh, hold on. Where's my 81 features at? Executive checklist that goes into mission controls pillar tab. Needed with status straight from audit. All right. All right then. So use your common sense and add it to the right feature then. So common sense will say, all right, that's not all right. All right. So I was listening to Alex Hermosi, came up with an idea like, yo, I got to do everything that my competition is unwilling to do. So one thing that people are unwilling to do is scratch each other's back. Make sure people are taken care of before they see an ounce of reciprocation. But it doesn't really make any sense. What I mean by that is, let's say if I go to someone that already has millions of dollars, they don't know me from a can of paint. You know what I mean? And what I do is I'm like, hey, I show up. I'm willing to work. I just need to work. You know what? Because I understand the risk that you'll be taking, trusting in me, let me just work, show you my work ethic, show you that I'm here to show up and show out, learn, apply what I learned, do all of the above. I just need to, just work. And now in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, I'm gonna get to know everything about how this guy runs his business, this, that, and the other. Not literally on some arbitration type shit or arbitrage type stuff, but really more so on some like, I need to learn. And then next thing you know, I'm gonna be in a position where I'm getting paid. The next thing you know, I'm gonna be in a position where I become a partner because I'm showing up and I'm showing out, so to speak. But if you go to that person in my position, that person is not going to give it to you. Or let's say you have a coach online selling something, and it's like, look, I'm down. I'm down to get down with you. Give it to me, and then I do what I need to do, and I'm gonna pay you out of our results, our success. You talk highly about your services. The way you be talking is this is inevitable for it to work out. So you know what I mean? Like I got a message from Bandman Kevo at one point in my Instagram, and that's kind of the way that I was taking it. He wanted to get paid so bad. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, if only we work together, you able to teach me things that I don't know, that what I'm saying, the things that you know that I don't know, then we good. We golden. But nah, nobody's willing to do that. Oh, look, no response. Damn, he removed. He got me talking to myself in the DM. He removed the message. Okay, but anyways, I remember that like, damn. Okay, look, you talk about you gonna help somebody get rich and make it. That's what you talking. But then I turn around and be like, okay, let me get in. Let me do what I need to do on my side of the fence, and we'll work together. And after I get what I need, I'll pay you. You see what I'm saying? So again, he's not gonna do that. Why? Because he's not that type of person that'll do that. You know what I mean? Now, what if you are that type of person that'll do that? You're gonna have people that, of course, is gonna try to play and all that good stuff. They got what they got coming to them, but then you're gonna have those people that are willing to, execute. And since you took care of them, they're gonna take care of you. You feel me? We need to apply that a whole lot more. Taking care of each other versus trying to get paid and then you can't deliver on your promises like that. So let's do it. What's next on this? All right, so makes sense. Same underlying mechanism. Okay, just outbound instead of inbound. All right, let's bring up this app. I'll continue to show you the app. It's on dark mode right now. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, master worker. Good. All right. So right now, I don't need nothing out of master worker right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn him off. As you can see, to the right side is transcribing right here. I got a lot of this app built out already. But like I said, there's 81 features I want to add to this app. We got 81 features. So we got build, which is 18 features. 13 of them are done, 5 of them are partial. This is where we're setting up the business setup roadmap. Let's expand this a little bit so you guys can see. We can kind of chew on this together. We got the business setup roadmap. This is where my AI is going to help you structure out your business, prepare your entity, and understanding how our banking system. Let me show y'all a little bit of a cheat sheet right here, and I'm gonna think about giving this away shortly. But let me show you some real quick. Let me show you some good game real quick, because people aren't able to do this like this. Saying people are not able to do this like this. So let me show y'all something. Let me see here. Funding deck, funding misconceptions. Okay, let's see. Account bank fund structure. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's see. Where is that document? Where is that document, man? First key lending products, guide to 100% funding. That's not the document that I'm looking for. Lending bench. You know what? Let's go here to the email. I'll probably be able to find it a whole lot faster in the email. Lending. Yeah. Let's go. Has attachment for sure. It's gonna be early on for sure. I want to say lending bench. Is it lending bench? Where is it at? Is this document at? Very important for me to show you. Is it credit bench? Yeah, credit bench. Credit bench has attachments. So we get there. Document upload. All the businesses that we got funding. This is back in 2023. Bay First National new broker documents. Okay, cool. Where is this partner agreement, partner referral? There we go. Secrets. I got secrets that people aren't, pause this, take a screenshot of it, all that good stuff. For both our fastest program, 50 to 150,000 for working capital. Who gets approved? I know who gets approved. I know the documents that you need. You know what I'm saying? Flash cap up to 350,000 working capital. I'm a broker. I know who gets approved. That for a fact, Jack. I know who gets approved. Guess who else knows who gets approved? Guess who else knows who gets approved just by simply sharing that information? Master worker. Hey, master worker. You see what I'm saying? Hey, master worker. Yeah. You're going to know who gets approved. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So again, That's that, right? So going back here, entity, EIN, business phone, business email, website, business banking, profile setup, CRM foundation, AI assistance, automations, tasks list, all of this, funding readiness, credit profile, funding roadmap, application sequencing, bank readiness, lender readiness. We just watched about 30, 40 minutes of Alex Hermosi, and he was talking about, just having the product to where people want to talk about it and talk really good things about it. Then you don't have to worry about generating. You talk to my dad right now, and I'm not saying that I oppose what my dad is saying. It's just my mindset can't. I don't want to have that hard sales conversation at all. If it's a cold relationship, I still want you to know so much about me. I still want you to see so much value in this program that it's no question you'll feel like you're losing now if you don't. If you don't get down, you're going to be losing if you don't get down. You see what I'm saying? That's how I want you to feel. I want that to be instilled in you before we even hop on camera. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm willing to take out all of this time, all of this money investing into this platform to make sure everything goes the way that it's supposed to go. I want to be able to have this platform efficient to deliver it to you. You and I work it out, become good, better, great, excellent. That is the standard. Excellency is the standard. And I got a lot built out here. So let's continue to build. Y'all, a lot of people are on mini chat. I got mini chat in right here for me and my own. This is my own mini chat where I'm able to connect Instagram and YouTube channels and create automations and triggers and stuff like that, where it automatically, texts, and DMs and all that good stuff. And, watch the live leads and people that DM me come into this, CRM and all that good stuff. I got that already, and I don't have to pay mini chat, nothing. You know what I mean? Built that out with Claude. So there's features, 81 features again that we getting ready to build. So let's do it. Makes sense. Same underlying mechanism. These land in the pipeline. Compound. So it's a layer on the existing feature, not enough. New number 82. One thing that doesn't move with it, the money approval gate and the outbound consent compliance rules from earlier still apply, no matter which feature line it sits under. Update the action plan doc with this decision. Okay. All right, bet. Now, aside from what I got going on right here, I needed to implement something. Finding cause when applying data scraper system, interactive lending platform. Yeah, building an interactive lending platform. Okay, perfect. So then nav mockup. All right. More models. Fable 5. Let's do this. Max output. I'm getting ready to add everything to the CRM platform. We're not going to build anything within the product roadmap. So we're solely working out of the CRM platform. Everything that we discussed in this chat, all the correspondence and everything that we landed on and we locked in, and I agreed to. If you have any questions that you need to ask to clarify exactly what I want after you go through this chat to know the context of everything, to be clear that we're building exactly what I want, go ahead and ask those questions. But other than that, let's do it. Let's make sure we apply all of the, all of the details that I agreed to the CRM platform right now. Set that up, bam. Lead generation for business partners, that's locked into there. All right, the way I'm thinking, this right here, this layout is going to change a little bit. I got a plan for the layout. How the layout is going to look a little more like this. You see what I'm saying? Because again, I'm getting ready to make sure this is a business in the box for you guys. This right here, it initially was just mine. This is just me, simply just mine. You see what I'm saying? But then I start thinking like, all right, I need to monetize the platform. You feel me? I can't have a $1,500 platform, $2,000 platform, whatever it is I invested into it so far over the past 8 months. Can't have that just all to myself and not make no money on it. Would it make sense? Would I invest $2,000 into it for just have something cool that I call a toy? Too grown for that. Let's make some money off of it. So again, it's going to look like what you have here. This is the mock-up. You see what I'm saying? And this is where people are going to be able to build personal business credit. You become ready for funding, get the education, understand how to go about getting the funding and all that good stuff, but it's automatically going to be done for you. Start an insurance business, or make sure that you have the insurance that you need in your business and on your personal life side, and invest the monies that you've been making. Get the funding invested, you see, and then start to scale your business. Now you got business in a box. Bam, right here. So let's roll this out. All right, so Claude got some questions for us. Monitoring goes in as the official API version, not the scraper. Agreed. API embed for monitoring packages. Stop. Let's talk about monitoring. Lead generation for God building, finding cost, building in public on YouTube, finding cost efficient. Building it. Yeah, bet right there. Yeah. Okay. Monitoring. And then the pre-approval rules, documents, Novante feature planner, smart credit, discovery. All right. I need to give the document that we already did set for the credit monitoring, where we're doing the credential and parser. I need that document so I can give it to the architect agent. All right. So that's going to give me my document right there. Or did it already do it? I think it already did it. I think it already pushed to the repo. Let me go back over here real quick. That's lead generation. Yeah. The monitoring step has already been pushed to the repo. So you need to find one of the most recent pushes to repo, understand the description or the summary of the commitment, and then you'll find what Smart Credit and I put together for the credit monitoring side. Man, don't worry about smart credit right now. Go ahead and build out the rest of the spec. Claude trying to tell me what it's going to do. Crazy, crazy man. What it's going to do, man. And it better not sneak nothing up in there. Credit. Ah, this cat. This cat right here, bro. Oh, thank you for the snack, baby.
You're welcome.
How you feeling?
I'm okay.
What's going on?
I was just annoyed earlier. It's like Kai has dropped the chair on my foot. Why can't you just...
I'm not. What they know not to build credentials, Kevin. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Well, delete that. What is he yelling for? Oh my gosh. This is being slow right now, boy. Man, this is being slow right now, bro. All right. So what I just did was I gave it how I wanted to feel and look, and some UI features. You feel me? Like how I'm gonna show you how all of this is going to play out, man. So yeah, I got it on Opus right now. So I'm not using um, Fable for nothing unnecessary. hmm But Fable is going to be the one to actually initiate the build process. hmm Then I do want the 81 feature dot. Mhm. You know what? I'm gonna start off from the beginning. I'm gonna do that like that. Let's just build out what Claude Code has right here, and then we're gonna build on top of that. Yeah. Ultra code, bet, and then Fable. Most capable. Yeah, I understand that. So built that right there. All right. I'm letting Claude know we're going to build out the functionality of the app. And just talk to it. Yeah. I want you to get started on building it right now. We're going to build out the functionality of the app, the great details, the in-betweens, each screen. We're going to build out the layout. I don't want you to get rid of anything. Everything within the app as of the CRM platform, as it is right now, what we're going to do, all of that is personally mine. We're going to take from it, some of the code and how certain things operate and work, and put it on the application, or put it in a way where people have a copy of it, for lack of better words, on their profiles, because again, this is going to be leased, and it's going to be something that people are going to be able to white label. So let's put the entirety of Master Worker, the way that everything is written out on the app right now, let's put it in, like, let's put it behind a founder admin's side of things, where only I have access to it and it's secure. I'm building out a specific feature of the app where it's only for me as a founder, and I don't want any other founder or any other partner or any customer or client to have access to this specific feature. It's just specific to me and my profile only. Any other profile is not going to get these features unless I unlock it for them and give it to them and so forth. So I want you to tell me the most secure way to secure this feature on an application that I'm building out, that everyone is going to use, or going to lease, or get a copy of, white label it. In that scenario, I want you to tell me the highest security that I can have for this feature. Check on Claude code right here. Join 6 parallel readers, mapping auth / roles, the nav shell, your personal services, Master Worker, Playboy, real estate transcripts, reusable engines, dispute, smart credit, doc, ongo, full DB schema, and deploy status. The moment it lands, I start building founder only gate around everything current, then the member nav plus dashboard. Okay, cool. So let it work and do its thing. Let that work and do its thing, and we're gonna get some more good game as it works and does its thing. Let's see what people are up to right now with this. All right, what is he talking about? One thing I'm gonna say, uh, he was talking, and I thought about something like, for what I have Claude doing right now, it's unnecessary for Fable 5 to do it. A lot of people are going to tell you, because the model is available, use it. A lot of people, I seen an article not too long ago that a major company is actually is actually looking towards a lawsuit on Anthropic because of the usage and how much it costed them and their employees to use the the programming. And I turned around and took the article, uploaded it to Claude, and asked it like, yo, like, I want to use as much as I possibly can, but be as efficient. How does this not happen to me? Let's look at that article real quick. Damn, who was the company? Was it Microsoft? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Microsoft is canceling internal licenses for Anthropic's Cloud Code by June 30th, 2026. After soaring token-based costs became unsustainable for the company, first rolled out to internal teams in December, the agentic AI tool became widely popular amongst Microsoft engineers, designers, and project managers. However, the intense token consumption of advanced agentic workflows caused a massive internal budget overrun. Microsoft is now redirecting impacted employees to use its own in-house alternative, GitHub Copilot CLI. So, for one, I'm gonna say this. It is Microsoft and all that good stuff. Which y'all got? Let's say you got like 5,000 employees. To be real with you, $500, which is 5,000 employees, $500. They probably got 40,000 employees, whatever it is. But it was only opened up to engineers, designers, and project managers. So however many of those employees, $500 is an extraordinary amount of money towards each one having their own plan. You see what I'm saying? I understand the enterprise section of it. You know what I'm saying? But let's just get a little smart here. You can get a lot done from one person's tasks with $100 per month using Claude. So on that basic $100 plan, on the basic $200 plan, there's so much that a person can do on that $200 plan. One person, you can build a whole lot. Unfathomable amount of building that you can do as a one person. So if each person had their own individual usage, and let's say you spent $200 on each person, and you probably gave them a $300 buffer for the API, that is so much usage out of Claude. And these guys are educated. These guys are university-backed, educated personnel that you guys are paying already hundreds of thousands of dollars to each year. These guys should be able to not only have like, hey, if you want to use Claude, you know what, put in these particular, particular safety measures. Obviously, they're engineers. They are designers, so they should know how to use AI. A whole lot better than I can even speak on. So put in these particular security measures. I'm going to give you this much as a usage. I'll pay this much per month towards it, and that's just like, here goes an extra $500 on your monthly salary, and then the rest, if you want to use more of it, come out of pocket for it. Because guarantee you this, Microsoft, they have Claude going in their personal lives. If they wanted to use up y'all money so bad, they could have just came out of pocket for the extra usage if they used over. But that's why the personal, each personal person having their own, Claude, and you guys set in the parameters, if you will, of how Claude is going to operate when it comes down to the Microsoft thing. Come on now, like let's think about it for a second, because to be real, $200, like I said, is going to get you a long way. You can do a whole lot. And this was before, what y'all was doing was before this Fable 5 thing. So, they maxed out and spent how much of y'all money? I know it was in the millions. I know that for sure. Now this is I don't know what the hell happened at Microsoft. I'm not there. You see what I'm saying? But it's Microsoft. Y'all got to know this is big money that they're talking about. They're talking about shutting it down, closing the license completely on one of the best tools that they possibly can be using. They thought about not using their very own tool to go to the next tool. That whole thought process in itself is worth looking into. And then when it came down to it, they said, okay, we're just going to go back to using our own tool. And I'm pretty sure they were using Claude. Hey, what is it about Claude that's so much better than ours? Found out what was better than ours and said, okay, we done using it. We got everything we need to know about Claude. Like, come on, man. I'm just sharing my thoughts about it, but yeah, man. So dude was talking, and he was saying like, yeah, you know what, Fable this. He's riding Fable real hard. He's doing it, and that's what's up. Okay, he doing his thing, however people gonna do it. But what I would just say is, and hey, he doesn't have to care and give a lick of damn about what I have to say about his opinions and so forth. Nothing against you, Alex. I haven't met you before. You're probably a really, really good dude. But all I'm saying is, you know what? For tasks like, hey, give me this audit. That's not a Fable run. Get the audit, and then Fable looks at the audit and says, okay, I see where we can step in and do, because Sonnet is strong. Opus is definitely strong. You know what I mean? Although Fable is better, come on, bro. You just said it. You spent 2 weeks. On running Opus, and before Fable came about, you was running Opus, and before Opus came about, you was running Sonnet. So it was getting you somewhere. You see what I'm saying? It's going to continue to get you places. If you ask Claude in itself, it will tell you like, yeah, do things in this way. So you don't use certain models just because they're available to you. There's models that are dominant, and it tells you in the brief little description. Sometimes we just overthink these things and think that we smarter we're smarter than Anthropic. You feel me? Like Haiku is good for basic stuff. Let it do the basic stuff, bro. You don't need Fable to do the basic stuff. You wasting money for nothing, you know, for nothing. Nah, that's unnecessary. Let Haiku do it. It's more than capable to do that. It's not capable to build out the whole entire platform. Cool, but you know, read an email or read an audit or something like that. Haiku can do it. You know, Sonnet can do a bit more, and Opus can do even more, and then we go into it. So it's kind of like, come on, man. You know, like let's make sure it makes sense. Let's make sure it makes sense. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take that very exact prompt, create a new chat here, put it up in there, and I'm going to use Fable. I'm going to use Fable to tell me what I'm looking for right now. Now, yo, so I just got this prompt. Oh my gosh. Yo, so I just got this prompt from a YouTube creator. Great guy, by the way, nothing against him, but I want to be sure that I'm using Claude and all of its features in the most, not just cost efficient, but in a way where I'm using it to its best of abilities. I want to mimic Anthropic's engineers and their usage. So if I wanted any model to ask me these questions, what model, Anthropic AI model, whether it will be Haiku, Sonnet, Opus, or Fable, which one should I be using for this business consultant interview? Now, if you tell me Fable, I look like an ass. Cool, but let's see what it says. Thank you. From Fable himself. You see what I'm saying? From Fable himself. For the interview itself, short back and forth questions, Sonnet 4.6 is the sweet spot. It's what most Anthropic engineers default to for everyday reasoning, and Haiku would honestly handle Q&A fine too. Where you switch up to Fable or Opus is the final synthesis. That's what I said. That's what I said. Have it run the audit. Once the audit comes back to you, then have Fable do that. Have something do, you know what I'm saying? Have Sonnet run the audit. Even Haiku can run the audit. Once it comes back to you, then have Fable get in there and do what it's saying to do. You know, like, you know, nitpick at this audit. You know, clean this up and do this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? The more complex things, you know. It says where you switch up to Fable or Opus is the final synthesis step, the actual business plan, since that's where deep strategic reasoning across everything you told it pays off. If you want max efficiency, run the interview cheap, then paste the full transcript into Fable with now produce the plan. Y'all can't believe everything y'all see on the internet, man. Y'all really gotta, put your thinking caps on and be like, yeah, and let me go ahead and, you feel me? I'll be hearing a whole lot. Like I got this. I'll go back to this part, because how in the hell did y'all use up all the money? You feel me? I'm using Claude. I have not 1 month have I maxed them out just yet, and I'm building platforms. I'm building operating systems. I'm building so much. I'm not even showing y'all on screen right now because I don't have to. The thing is, there's a whole lot being built out here. I got a whole lot of code being written, man. This thing is still going. It's been going for 20 minutes. You know how many sleepless nights I got underneath my belt? You know how much money I've been spent with Replit and having Claude check every damn thing that Replit built out? There's a whole lot that I've been doing with this AI stuff, and I never, ever, ever reached the max amount of usage that I have allotted to me underneath that $100 plan. And I'm not saying that maybe, the way y'all going about doing y'all thing, y'all maxing it out, y'all can say I'm not using it well enough, but maybe I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, because what I'm doing is, like, I just kind of, sized up what he just said and gave it to Claude itself and said, hey, listen, what would be the best use case if it's this scenario? And then he gave it to me, and then I follow the instructions. Maybe that's the reason why. maybe it's the reason why I'm getting efficient usage out of it, and things are happening in an excellent way. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. You feel me? Have Opus do the heavy lifting, and then go in through like he did. That's one of the great things that he said he did. Because of the past 2 weeks, Fable hasn't been active with us, so Opus written everything out, and then Claude goes in and dissects everything and says, fix this, fix that, fix this. Ultimate usage case right there. But the other points that he was making, like use Fable for everything, so to speak, that's not what you want to do, bro. No. I like that. I like that part right there. The security part. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. One step further, because you don't want your AI to be getting played out. You know what I mean? Shaking out his socks, so to speak. I think there are some. I'm always thinking. Now, I haven't tried this just yet, so I'm just blurring out thoughts right here. Bank level security, you gotta think like, man, the bank has a bank account. The bank has a bank account, so bank level security, the security that the Internal Revenue Service has, these cybersecurities that they have, a lot of government security. I mean, everything is penetratable. Yeah, for sure. You can penetrate anything if you really have the time and wits to do so. But there's only so many people that can, these levels of security. that I'm speaking of, there's only so many people in the world that's able to do this. It's not a whole lot of people. And quite frankly, the people that are able to do this do not give a damn about your app. They don't. They don't care about your little millions that you making. They don't care, bro. Most of the time, the people that really know how to hack into these high level security that I'm talking about, they be wanting to do some stuff for the greater good. They not gonna just put their skills to the test just because and then get locked up for something stupid. Well, they wouldn't even get locked up because they probably wouldn't even get caught. But you know what I mean? Like, they're not going after it for stupid though. Not for some as little as, oh, let me take this person's, $100,000-$200,000 from their account just because I can. That's that poverty type of mindset that a lot of these hackers will have. But like, again, like the bank level security, it may cost you a pretty penny, that indeed, but I would want to pay for that level of service and then have Claude get to know it and then trust Claude with that level of security. Yep. You know what I mean? If I'm really thinking about security, that's just how my mind ends up going. I wanted to go that way. Other than that, Claude is going to give me everything that it can find on the internet. Yeah. You know what I mean? Claude's going to give me everything that it can find on the internet. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I'm going to learn. But let's be real. Like, where's Claude getting this information from? Okay, the entirety of the internet, as much as it possibly can within context, and how well you prompted it. So, with that being said, I like the fact that he mentioned Fable being, like, okay, run that loop for security feature, best, simply because Anthropic, included it inside of its, logic, Fable's logic. But okay. Get this prompt real quick. Size it up the same way. I'm not even gonna use Fable for this one. You know what I'm saying? It's unnecessary to use Fable for this one because I already know the answer. You see what I'm saying? So, you just shouldn't use Fable for everything. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So take this. Let's see what it say. Don't use a loop to front of prompt at all. It's not really a model question. Two problems. An LLM running an autonomous security loop can't actually test your live endpoints for auth. IDR, the way a real scanner or your own request forging tests can, it will read code and hallucinate confidence. And a 24-hour continuous loop burns tokens hard while adding little over a scheduled scope run. Burn tokens hard. Again, and another unnecessary problem. Hey, listen, it's nothing against my man Alex Finn, but then you gotta get these type of things that take place here. Microsoft, doing what they do, and next thing you know, it's like they're canceling licenses, and it's a $900 billion valuation with Anthropic and a whole bunch of other stuff going on with Anthropic and stuff. You like, whoa, why? You gotta wisen up, man. You gotta do things a certain way, man. You can't just be out here doing it. This type of stuff. This type of stuff right here. This type of stuff is, what he was telling people to do. That's probably what the Microsoft people was doing. That's probably what the Microsoft people was doing. It don't even make sense. Better setup for CRM platform. Use Claude code with a tight repo scoped prompt audit server routes for missing session checks. IDOR via URL params, unguarded P2 endpoints that the exact classes you already found in levels. Triggered on a cron or pre-deploy, not in open loop. Model Opus 4.8 for the actual audit reasoning, since security analysis is where the depth matters. Okay. Man, why not Fable 5? Understand what it said. Fable is the safety gated. Excuse me. Let's back up. What am I doing? Fable 5 is the safety gated version of Mythos 5. Same underlying model, but with extra safeguards on biology, cybersecurity, and LLM R&D. A security audit loop hitting your API endpoints is squarely a cybersecurity task. So Fable's the model most likely to trip a safeguard and get your query redirected to Opus 4.8 anyway. You'd pay for Fable and get Opus on the sensitive parts. So for endpoint security work, just point at Opus 4.8 directly. Same reasoning, depth, no redirect, roulette. Fable earns its keep on heavy, non-sensitive synthesis like the business plan, not on security auditing. All right. Just for sake of conversation, let's see. Opus said not to use you for Opus said not to use you. Check contacts in the chat. Let's see what Fable says. Oh my gosh. Let's see, man. Turn Fable on and let's see what Fable. I checked and I don't see a prior conversation where Opus weighed in on this. The search pulled up your model lineup and levels audit chats. Nothing where Opus told you not to use me for the loop, so I can't verify that claim. I'm not going to pretend I can, but here's the thing. My answer doesn't change based on what another model said. For security audit hitting your CRM's live endpoints, the reasoning stand on its own. Cybersecurity work, which is exactly the category Fable 5 safeguard target. Fable query on it is the most likely to be right direct. So Okay, if Opus actually gave you different guidance, paste in what it said, and I'll tell you where. Fable said it, and it turned back Opus anyway. Yep. So that's 2 for 2. Let's see what else he has to say. Now we know. Now we know that is not a Fable task. Now we know that. We know that for sure. That's not a Fable task. Shoot, that's come on, man. Yeah. 649 likes, 10,000 views. I'll say about 5 to 10% of people are actually doing everything that he said to do. Y'all got to do a little bit better than that. So moving on. Let's see. Let's go back. Search up something else here.
The workflow finished. Let me pull the structured results from the journal. Personal services, reusable engine, not interrupted by the smoke. The other 4 are compatible. Rerunning just those 2. While those 2 run, let me observe the 4 completed audits. Now the opposite. Data Python. 4 audits are in and clear. The 2 most build critical, which of your personal services to date, and whether the dispute smart credit entries actually exist, are still running. Meanwhile, let me read the exact files the founder typed. I have the complete author class and nav picture. Let me confirm the request type augmentation and the master worker will reply via the gate. All 6 audits are in. The critical reality check. The member experiences credit funding engine, dispute engine, smart credit, lending middle, file uploads, feature flags do not exist. The specs smart credit already pushed is wrong. What is reusable? Ongo, the DocX engine, contacts, pipelines, opportunities, and social. And your personal surfaces are precisely mapped, including a critical one. Real estate /document.ts hardcodes your legal address, phone, an LLC into recordable docs. Members must never reach that. Let me confirm your founder login email before I wire the gate around it. Seed is demo only, owner and active. Your real founder login is your prod account. I'll gate on an NVD allow list, defaulting to your known email plus the demo owner, overridable in DigitalOcean. Building the secure gate now, back end first, founder identity and content. Now add the parser.
with all humility, the fact that he has 8 models going at one time, where my mind wants to be. But again, the lack of having the programming knowledge or coding knowledge before using AI to support me through this, that's where that the it's just the knowledge disconnect lives. You know what I mean? If I had the knowledge, I like that. I do like that. Excellent. Chat. Hey, listen. It would tell you that it's not great at cybersecurity. So I like how he said this. I need to get to know him. I need to watch more of his streams. I need to watch more of his videos and so forth. So I don't know him. You know what I mean? I just found him typing in Fable 5 in the search bar. So, but I like him already. You know what I mean? Knows what the hell he's doing. The other guy that we were just looking at, what the hell? That's not cool, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't get on here as if you know what you're talking about. If you don't know what you're talking about, let that be known. You know what I mean? So people can, grow with you, whatever. But you got Fable doing the not this guy that we're looking at right now, but the guy before, he had Fable doing the most mediocre stuff ever. You know what I mean? The same stuff that you can learn in chat and it would tell you what to do. So let's go. Hi, baby. Hey, babe. You know you can leave the door open and the kids can come in and out of here. I was just thinking about that. Like, I don't have to be secluded. My kids can come up in here and mess with me, even though I'm streaming. All right, baby. Well, I didn't know if she knew that. Nothing committed yet. All right. Now commit and let me get my visual. Yeah. I need to see a visual of where it left off at right now, and I'm not worried about it committing, and I have to go back and clean up what it commits. Um, I'm pretty good at cleaning up slop. I have a lot of experience with that, dealing with replit, So I'm pretty sure everything because two, the way that I have it set up, man, whenever I'm planning out features and stuff, it asks me a plethora of questions first, and then the spec that I give to Claude Code is refined and it's in detail of how I wanted things and so forth. And it's a whole lot better that I experience with taking out the time. I could spend an hour, on the spec in itself and then let Claude go in and spend 20-30 minutes doing whatever and building it out. And he probably got 5 6 features 7 features done, a whole bunch of detail work done, everything gets functioning how I want it to and all that good stuff for the most part. I'm not saying that it runs perfectly every single time, but for the most part. And that's just because again I get the spec refined first. I get the visuals and I see what I want and all that good stuff. I'll plan it out. I say, hey, edit this, edit that in the visual first. I refine before I even write the spec to give to Claude Code. So by the time Claude Code is writing everything, it's damn near pre-written for him. I gave him a good draft, an excellent rough draft, and then he goes in and refines it. Opus 4.8 goes in, refines it. At this time, I decided not to go too deep with Fable 5 because again, the task I have it doing right now, just Fable 5, it would be um it's not worth Fables 5 time right now. Not right now. But what I am going to do is once it gets to building out the layout, because that's essentially what I'm doing is I'm refining this left pillar right here, and then I'm adding with this left pillar being refined, and well, this whole left pillar master worker in itself is going to be it's going to be put away. It's going to be hidden behind what I want. Like this is mine. A lot of people aren't going to get my version of Master Worker. They're going to get the public version of Master Worker, and that's how it should be. You guys need what you need, and it's going to be totally separate from what I need or what I created. What was going on in my mind when I created my version of Jarvis and all that good stuff. So, with that being said, um, yeah, man, this right here is gonna get ready to change up in a good way. It's gonna get ready to change up. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Where is it at? Okay. Dude, I said deploy it. What the hell? What am I waiting on you for? Y'all want to get my groundwork, like the foundation of what I'll be, um, working with, and then go from there. Right now, I've been looking at the same visual for a second, and I'm like, okay, it took a while on just auditing everything. It took a while on that. How you feeling, my love?
I'm okay.
You look good. You don't feel good?
I feel alright.
You can't get out of here?
Yeah, I'm gonna take you to see it first.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, part of being a dad, man, things just did not go the way that I wanted them to go. But I do want to have this deploy, see where I'm working at, and then I'm going to pick back up afterwards for a summary of what we did today. Man, got the app back on DigitalOcean, was able to get access back to it, created the database, put back everything that was on the database originally back onto the database, put some fresh API keys inside, and pretty much had it audit the entire app to see out of the 81 features that I want to build, what's there and what's not just yet. So at this time, I'm getting ready to have it deploy what it has put together or committed to a branch. Therefore, I could, actually see everything. I want a visual of everything. Why is it using iCloud? That's definitely on my
pizzas? What are you doing? When did you change your shirt? I think you went to work. Yeah, okay, but why are there so many pizzas? It's just the two of us, babe. A couple people? How many is a couple? Because you have 6 pizzas. Now what's in the bag? How many people did you have? Babe, why didn't you tell me? Okay, who's gonna be throwing beer at you? You better not throw beer inside the house. You could do that outside, not inside. Or else you're gonna be cleaning. No, I'm watching the game. I'm ready. This is ridiculous. This is so much food.
Baila mal blanca y eso te gustó. Eres mi amada, sentada mi amor. Eres una diabla. Mira cómo bailas. Pero no ayer tú eres un tío. Aquí te vas conmigo. Baila.
Oh, no, baby. Everybody was saying I'm toxic. I don't want to be toxic. So, no, baby, it's okay. I don't need to know where you're at. Why? Oh, I do care about you, baby. Baby, I care. Hey, babe. Baby, have you been looking for a retirement home? I'm going to look for a retirement home. Retirement home. Like, you know, because you're getting to that age. I didn't know if you wanted to start, like, touring them, maybe. You can't kick me out of the house? I'm not kicking you out, babe, but, like, you know, that way you have to have, like, a little community of old people. So you want to take care of I'll come visit you, babe. I'll visit you. You want to take care of me? Yes, when I visit you. No, like every day. What's the point of getting a young one? But I can't do it all. You just start putting people and stuff in.
Grab anything that keeps you from being able to keep your house tidy and clean easily. Grab anything that keeps you.
What's going on? Baby, don't be mad. Don't be mad.
It's when people on the couch and has to sit down in the corner for 10 minutes. This is stupid.
You want 10 more minutes?
No.
Okay, then be quiet.
Okay.
And you're cleaning it up.
Okay. It's when people on the...
Ow, 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 ow. Oh, man. Oh, I cut myself. Oh, it's bleeding. Oh, what? Are you scared of blood? Are you scared of blood? You are, aren't you? Open your eyes.
Let's just put some onion.
What are we going to put onion on my cooker, dude?
Everybody knows the onion is not to bleed.
No, it does not. It's an onion.
You.
You guys, I wanted to give you guys a little tour of our bathroom. So this is our secondary bathroom. We actually use this bathroom very often. I watch the dogs over here, and our dog loves to just sit and chill while I'm in the shower. It's really nice. And the previous owners actually left some artwork, as you can see. So I just kept it up because I thought it was really nice. And then she also left this, which is definitely needed because let me tell you, it's actually like really hurried up. And then you know, but this is just, I mean, like, look at this. It's like the perfect size bathroom. You know, like it's so nice, big mirror, so much going on. We put this little lamp right here too, because like I said, like we need two things. This smells.
All right, bro. Hurry up with this build. Talking about 5 to 8 minutes, bruh. Damn. Ooh. Ay, mami. You smell so good. Mmm. Hi, baby. Hey. I want to go with you. I want to go with you.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good. I'll let you know when
My wife is bomb. Oh, let me put on this halter. All right, man. Okay, see, this gives me some foundation. It's not exactly what I wanted, you know, but I got a foundation. Again, I got some foundation, you know. So next, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put home, chat, contacts, pipelines, Playboy, Ongo, real estate, all behind my personal profile. So this is all mine, because again, this is my cockpit. And then what's going to take place is, you know, some features of Playboy, which is in my content manager, and then some features of the pipeline, which goes into scaling a business and, you know, automations and things of that nature, and then some features of real estate, which goes into investing and some of those features and all that good stuff. They're going to be, you know, some of these things up here in this section before we get to member experience is going to live up in here, and it's going to be, you know, exactly what you guys need, you know, so I don't just flood you with stuff. But yeah, you know, yeah, not exactly how I wanted it. But okay, some refinements to take place. A quick orientation, 5 steps. 1, 5 pillars on the left: build, fund, protect, invest, scale. Each is a goal you work towards. 2, tap a pillar, pick a topic. A drop down opens with topics inside it. 3, pick a topic, see the menu up top. That is where the real lessons and tools live. 4, every lesson ends with a real action: upload, connector, bank, apply. You actually do the thing. 5, your progress climbs as you go. Finish an action, your topic climbs, your pillar fills up, your dashboard shows the whole picture. All right, so yeah, we got a foundation going. This is just a rough copy, the rough draft, the foundation of this build. Haven't even got a chance to really use Fable just yet, and I am going to get around to doing so. Move to a new cluster so the app ID and prod URL in the cloud are still. I've saved the correct ones to memory. I'll fix the doc on the next push rather than spend a deploy on it now. Ready for the next slice whenever it builds, disputes flow, funding programs, criteria screens, or the application's backend say the word. All right, so yeah, now I have some of the features here. I'm definitely going to start building these pages out. Put these features that I want inside. But as of right now, this is good. This is good for the foundation. I already said what I'm going to do with all of my stuff that I have built out in here already. So that's good. This is a really good thing. This is a really good thing. But right now, getting ready to go spend some time with the family. You see what I'm saying? And this is something that I need to do, So I'm gonna shut this down. Episode 2 coming when I get back. Holla at you later.